esteemed President of Human Rights and Equality Institution of Turkey, esteemed ombudsmen and institutions, dear partners, we are here for the International Symposium on Climate Change and Right to Food in the context of human rights. And I am really happy to be here together with you in this first session. I would like to greet you all with respect. And first of all, I would the organizing committee and also the representatives of the institution.
And Equality Institution, dear ombudsmen, dear distinguished guests, and panelists. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all in the first panel of Climate Change and Right to Food in the context of Human Rights International Symposium, organized by Turkish Human Rights and Equality Institution. I would like to thank Professor Dr. Muharrem Kılıç and the officers of the institution for their organization. As there is simultaneous translation now, I would like to continue in Turkish. İklim değişikliği.
So, we are going to focus on the human rights-based policies, and we are going to have very valuable panelists within the scope of climate and food crisis, and I would like to give 15 minutes for each speakers, and after finalizing the panel we would like to receive your questions. First of all, the first speaker will be Professor Dr. Hilal Elver, and she is going to talk about the United Nations Special Human Rights concept. And before the CV of Professor Hilal, first of all, actually, she was one of my instructors, teachers, when I was in the Faculty of Law in Ankara University. So I always try to take lessons from her, and I'm so happy to be here with her. And I would like to introduce her, first of all. Professor Dr. Hilal Elver graduated from California University Faculty of Law and worked on different research related to global research, and in the Santa Barbara campus focused on climate change, democracy, and also she is the co-director, and she also worked in Turkey for United Nations Climate Change Convention, and then once again she worked as the private rapporteur in the UN, and then she also became the member of the High Panel of Climate Change and the Crisis. I would like to give floor to you. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the Human Rights and Equality Institution of Turkey for this invitation. And of course, I can see my old students here. I'm so happy to see you here. And I can see that all of you has very significant, crucial positions. It's so good to see you. And the president, Professor Dr. Muharrem Kılıç, made a very good opening speech. And of course, I am going to speak briefly, and I would like to focus on the human right-based policies, and would like to focus on the right to food and also the problems of the environment. And as we all know, in 1948, there was the Declaration of Human Rights, and of course, after this universal also there is right to live. After 75 years, we know that we could not reach fully to fulfill all those responsibilities. And of course, there are different crises globally, and we know that there are vulnerable groups, and we know that they are in very difficult conditions. However, of course, in terms of protecting their rights, we know that there are major problems. Moreover, there are violations of human rights, and we know that even if we see all those principles, there are big companies, there are different systems that are directing the economy, and we know that there is an increasing for the income inequality, and we know that this is not under the responsibility or not because of the violation of the governments, or this is also the responsibilities, and we need to talk about some other powers. And of course, there is also the hegemonia between human rights. And as you all know, there are economic, social, and cultural rights. And even if we can see them majorly, we know that they are not considered, and most of the time they are ignored. However, the violation of human rights are not only because of the human rights, there are also ecological, social, gender, justice, and also they are all related to justice policies. Therefore, they are very important for us. So between these two groups, there are economic, social, cultural rights and some other social rights. We know that there is a huge gap. Okay, we have the human rights advocacies and also the legal bodies. So within the scope of this civil rights hegemonia, we know that they pay attention to those. Despite all those, in 1993, you know, there was the UN conference for the fundamental rights, and even if it is stated that these two parts are equal, unfortunately, they don't have the same value. And of course, we know that there are significant violations of human rights, especially in the US and in the Europe. We know that when we talk about human rights, we never consider epidemiological or social rights. We always think of civil rights. However, once again, in the US, there is also good food insecurity. And we know that 14% of the population is far away from the food security. Moreover, it's the same case in some of the countries, especially in the UK. However, of course, there are some reasons, but I'm not going to go into such details. But for economical and social rights, they can only be addressed politically, and they are not considered as the human rights. But there is also something very significant. We are talking about rich countries, and of course they provide some humanitarian aid in terms of food. And they ask those countries, first of all, are you aware of such rights? Are you aware of such aids? And there is an irony because they don't preserve all those rights, and when they want to provide this food aid, they request such rights. In addition, first of all, for example, there could also be Amnesty International, and we know that they cannot pay attention to these rights as the watchers. We can only see during the crisis, and then we know that food becomes very important. In 1970s, there was a significant food crisis, and then once again, we try to realize and we try to discuss food, right to food internationally. There was another crisis in 2008, and once again, we paid attention to the importance of the right to food. After 2018, 2019, in 2010, you know, there was the statement of Arab Spring, because all those crises caused some other economic, political conflicts. And now we are in the middle of another food crisis. And this is the third crisis in the 50 years. And because of the pandemic, and as of the beginning of the pandemic, and once again, we can see it becomes severer with the war in Ukraine, and there is high inflation with the energy crisis. It still continues, and this is a very serious crisis. And also, as the General Secretary of the UN stated, there is a rapid catastrophic feature. So we are talking about the storms of the crisis. And also he said that we need to come together, and international solidarity is so important. During the crisis moments, you know that instead of international solidarity, we can see the nationalism. And actually, for example, we have seen that for the vaccines, because the countries try to act according to their own benefits. And for international solidarity, it comes to the second line. Of course, as Professor Dr. Muharrem stated, there is the inequality, and we know that there are vulnerable groups, and also the geography where we live in, ethnicity, and also because of the gender differences, we know that some of those people can suffer from the violation of human rights. For example, ecology, finance, and also there could be ideological, some administrative problems. And we know that there is a kind of bottleneck for all those problems. Now, let's come back to the issue of right to food. And in 1948, there was the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It's just a declaration, and of course, it doesn't bring a legal responsibility. And after the convention, 1960s, this right to live comes as a legal provision. And this is also an ambiguous article. That's why we cannot use it much. In 1999, once again, there was the General Circular numbered 12, and the Social Committee expanded this title. So what to do, how to act related to right to food. And in 2004, FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization, prepared another circular, and then this issue becomes more concrete, and we can get some more explanations. There are totally 170 countries. They ratify this convention, and then they align with their own laws. But we know that we still can see that right to food is not on the agenda of the courts. Let's check the constitutional law. For example, we don't have right to food. Of course, there are some indirect ways of using it, but the Constitution numbered 61, there is the Article 52, and there is also a statement that the government will be liable for providing the sufficient level of food for the communities, and this was revoked. And of course, with the amendments, we have the right to environment, but actually we lost this right to food. And of course, are we going to see it once again? This is also very essential, and maybe we need to discuss that, and we need to organize different seminars for that, because, you know, food can also be embedded in the Constitution, because in the Constitution can be once again readdressed, and this can also be discussed. And right to food, as you know, this concept, I mean, I'm not going to go one by one for those concepts, but, you know, food is another kind of privilege. We are talking about the human right. And even if it can be an absolute concept, it is protected by law, and it is executed with the principles. Actually, right to food is not a grant which is given. I mean, this is not given by different food banks or different institutions. We are not talking about something given. I mean, there should be a very structured system, and then within this system, there should be self-sufficiency for the individuals and also for the families. So there should be the capacity for fulfilling that. So this is not including only right to food. We need to talk about some other rights. We are talking about rights of labor, and also we have different issues within the scope of this concept. As Professor Dr. Muharrem stated, there is a series of rights. With all those rights, once again, we can address right to food with a kind of association. I mean, this is not a single, solely rhetoric right. We should not think in such way. Unfortunately, this is the case, both in our country and in the world. And as I've stated before, right to food, right to nutrition, rather than the government, it is violated by the private sector. And for this issue, we know that there are significant actions taken by UN, and there are different acts, and there are violations of the private sector, and how all those private sector representatives will be responsible. There are very significant measures taken, but it is acting very slow. In order to enable this right to food, in order to eliminate famine, why we are not so successful? We need to ask and answer such questions. But before that, 75 years ago, there was the right, but in the 21st century, we know that it's a little bit different. Now, we are not talking about right to food, or we are not talking about food and agriculture, but we are talking about agricultural system. There is a holistic approach. As we have stated, I mean, there are different criteria, but they are all interrelated. I mean, we cannot cut from a specific place. We need to take all of them together. There is the association, and there should be a policy established for food and food security in order to address these issues. I'm talking about holistic approach, internationally and nationally. I mean, at the national level, we should not assign this topic for a specific ministry or not only for the institution of human rights. We need to act all together in order to find a solution for this problem. Secondly, global dependency. We are living in a global world, and if there is the food system of a country in a strong manner, then the act is going to affect the entire world. We have experienced that during the pandemic and also during the war of Ukraine, and we have realized that Black Sea was so significant, and we have realized that the transition of 35% of wheat grain was through Black Sea, and we realized that all those countries should act together, and there was the food crisis, which is caused because of the war in the Middle East. For this reason, we are talking about the governance of the food system. This is a new system that we call. It is hugely complicated, complex, because we are talking about the supply chain of food from farm to fork. This is the case, and there are various stages that we talk. There are various actors within this system. For this reason, we need to work together, but this is not the case. This is not the case in Turkey and also not in the world. All the countries look from their own perspective. So what happens then?
Sistemlerine ulaşmış oluyoruz. Yine Muharrem Hoca'nın söylediği gibi.
So now we have to address the food system because it is all stuck and there is a need for change. And why? Because in this crisis period, 300 million people are fighting for and struggling for this drought, and they are suffering from drought, and this is the highest number since the Second World War. And the number of people having no food security is 1 billion, and almost 3 million people couldn't have access to healthy diet, because in order to have a healthy diet, we need a proper budget actually, and it is a question mark even in Turkey how many people we have who can afford this healthy diet on a daily basis. So this order is actually accepted by everyone that this is not the correct way to go. And the highly profitable companies also accept the fact that the system will not continue as it is, and we have to find a solution. So how many times did I left? So for solution, we have two important opinions, so all around the world and is in Turkey. One solution is the human right-based food system. This is what we are discussing right now. And this system focusing on small-scale farmers, small-scale producers, local public, advocates of human rights, and the scientists who are interpreting the scientific data correctly. This creates a difference actually. And this, instead of having the policies focusing on the production and profitability, we need to focus on the resources, the human rights, social security policies, and giving priority to the vulnerable groups. Those are the priority areas of the new system, and we have to switch to this new system. And this system also includes this food safety, human rights-based policies, and the local production for agriculture and agroecologic organic food for production, and this variety of products are supported in this system. This is the most ideal one. And the second system is the system focusing on the production. Let me explain. For example, there is a huge crisis all around the world, and this crisis also deepened by the climate crisis. But we are producing more. However, you cannot actually solve the problem of hunger or starvation, because the reason of starvation or hunger and famine is not the fact that you don't have sufficient food, but it is because of the fact that you do not have equal distribution of the resources. There are some companies who are actually creating a monopoly of the food systems. There are 5 countries at the most, or the 5 big companies at the most, who already created a monopoly of the food agricultural sector. And they have huge technology, quite well advanced technology. And they also work with digitalization, and they try to offer a technological solution to the problem. But these are not more than 5 to 6 companies. So they are actually creating or shaping the world policy. So they have a huge power to shape this world policy. When you consider the international arena, you will say that those companies, or not only the companies, of course, the countries who are owning those companies, those countries are actually representing themselves in the UN meetings, and those countries has a huge power in their hand actually to reshape the global objectives. So we have the smaller companies and the bigger companies, and the bigger companies always have the power to shift and they shape the smaller companies so that they can reach more overall goal. So why do we have, actually all around the world, we have already an overproduction, and we have a problem of famine, and still we cannot solve the problem of poverty. And I will tell only 3 things. The first of all, the countries do not actually keep their promises that they gave on the international platforms. And the main reason behind it is that in the international legislation order, there are no binding rules. Instead, we have only recommendations. So if the country doesn't keep your promises, they will not face any kind of sanction. So naming and shaming processes should be adopted, and for climate change, they actually try to manage the countries through finance. If you do not need any financing from the other countries, then it means that there is nothing binding for you. So you are free to not keep your promises. So the destiny actually is left to the individual decisions of the countries. And the second problem is that in this system, the economy actually is the main indicator of the level of development. Therefore, those countries who are producing cheap labor are actually emerging, and this local production is not supported. However, those small-scale producers, local producers, are actually feeding us at the most by 70%, 80%. And therefore, when it comes to famine, those small-scale producers, farmers, are actually facing a severe famine, even though they are really the ones who are producing the food on the field. And there are some structural problems as well. And those reasons that I listed here is avoiding these problems to be solved on the long term. How can we solve the famine? How can we stop the poverty? I also would like to mention about the human rights problems. As Professor Muharrem mentioned, this human rights concept is introduced by the West. And there is no connection between nature and human rights. So when you review this Human Rights Convention, there is no reference to nature or to environment, because these human rights conventions are mainly focusing on the humans only, and they are neglecting the nature and the environment. So we do not see any connection between humans and nature. So secondly, as I mentioned before, capitalism and the free market economy creates a severe impact on human rights. Therefore, human rights actually is coming later, and the organizations doesn't pay attention to human rights because human rights system is a disadvantage for capitalism. And this private sector today is again turning a blind eye to human rights because they do not have any strict rules. We never talk about strict conventions that we are binding. We are only talking about some commitments at the end of which there will be no sanction. And there are also this commercial trade agreements by the World Trade Organizations. When we consider those organizations and the this conventions, we see again that the human rights, there's no reference to human rights. And also the budget for human rights is quite limited. I don't know what is the budget in Turkey, but in the United Nations budget, only 3% of the total budget is allocated for human rights. And this 3% budget actually is less than the budget is allocated to cleaning of the New York streets, for example. So in this case, there are some geopolitical problems as well. From the geopolitical perspective, you can see which country is violating the human rights, but we cannot detect them objectively. Those countries who have power in this regard actually may advocate these human rights the most, and they only focus on the human rights of their own citizens, but they neglect the human rights of the other citizens. And also there are economic embargoes ongoing as well. For example, because of Ukraine war, there are some embargoes ongoing, but actually it is not possible to detect its impact regarding the human rights. And also the governance is important here, because we are now living in a new world with a new governance system. So actually the government doesn't make cooperation only with the government agencies. They now want to include the private sector, the academicians, and even though we are having these complex meetings with all the stakeholders, still when we look at the situation, those who have the power still have a say in the decision only. So it is not a collective decision. Therefore, for all those reasons, the human rights are deteriorating all around the world, especially economic and social rights are actually quite depressed and suppressed within many countries. So there is no actual step taken further. I am sorry to end my words with a hopeless statement, but I try to answer all the questions. Thank you very much. I am ready to inform you further if you need any more information. Thank you very much, Madam Hilal, for this explanatory speech. The second speaker is Sabina Aliyeva. She is coming from Azerbaijan, and she will be talking about climate change and the right to food in the context of human rights. So before her speech, I would like to share her CV. Sabina Aliyeva graduated from Faculty of Law from Bakü State University in 1996, and she studied her master's degree, and in 2009 and 2012 she served as an international relations expert, and she studied her second master's degree, and she also received her doctorate degree as well. Since 2000, she has been serving in different departments of the Constitutional Court in Azerbaijan, and she has been also working as the deputy chair of the Constitutional Court. And she was awarded with this honorable medallion for her services. And she also awarded with the title of the third Undersecretary of the State. And she has been appointed as the Ombudsman of Azerbaijan in the latest period. The floor is yours. I would like to thank you very much for your kind invitation to the symposium, and I will continue in English.
I would like to greet all of you at the symposium on the right to food in the context of climate change and human rights, and wish success in the work of this symposium. The changes occurring in the environment in modern times require to look at environmental problems from a different angle. Since these global changes are directly related to the human factor, fundamental human rights and freedoms do not go unnoticed. People's right to live, health, housing, living in a healthy environment, and other rights are violated. It is commendable that the issue of preserving the ecological balance, environmental protection, efficient use of natural resources has become a subject of worldwide discussions in recent years. Taking into account the urgency of the problem, various international organizations, including the United Nations, are conducting serious research in this area, calling on states to take appropriate actions to ensure environmental protection. However, there are factors that have a negative impact on the environment, which are not limited to the territory of one country or region. They not only create global problems for humanity, but also contribute to large-scale environmental consequences in the future. Climate change is the most important of such global problems. National policies, programs, strategies, and action plans are being adopted by individual countries to combat climate change and its consequences. However, it is a pity that there are few commitments undertaken in the direction of solving the current problem, and new mechanisms must be developed to achieve concrete results. In recent years, the Republic of Azerbaijan has done serious work in the field of combating climate change, acceded to the Framework Convention on Climate Change and its Kyoto Protocol. At the same time, certain targets of the Millennium Development Goals have been achieved, especially with regard to environmental sustainability and the eradication of poverty and hunger. Our country is also a member of the Sustainable Development Goals and adopted by the relevant resolutions of the UN General Assembly, those taking into account that the implementation of the 17 goals and 169 tasks significant for the whole world and reflected in the Transforming Our World. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development requires an integrated approach, and effective national implementation mechanism has been formed in Republic of Azerbaijan. The fight against climate changes has always been in attention of the Ombudsman institution of the Republic of Azerbaijan. So we prepared quite a lot of special reports of this very important and actual problem. Human rights and the environment, legal and ethical aspects of climate change, environment and human rights, the main international legal acts and national legislation, activities of the Ombudsman in the field of protection of environmental rights established in international legal acts and national legislation, environment and human rights, international legal and national aspects, environment in the Republic of Azerbaijan, main aspects of legislation, environment and intellectual property rights, right to live in a healthy environment, international standards and legislation of the Republic of Azerbaijan, ecology and human rights, the role of civil society, and quite a lot of some of them, etc. And it was particularly emphasized the protection of environmental rights to be of great importance. At the meeting with the expert of UN Economic Commission for Europe, in order to collect information related to the preparation of the third environmental performance review for this commission, I made a statement in order to expose and prevent environmental crimes committed by Armenia during the Second Karabakh War and post-war period. Copies of statements and appeals addressed to the international community were submitted to the international experts. In my statement addressed to international organizations, including international and regional organizations operating in the field of environmental protection, on November 6, International Day for Preventing and Exploitation of the Environment in War and Armed Conflict, I called for support for the elimination of the consequences of environmental terrorism committed by Armenia and perpetrators of these environmental crimes, urging to take measures in the direction of bringing individuals to international legal responsibility. In general, in order to increase the intention of solving environmental problems, prevent environmental pollution, protect nature, increase the environmental awareness of the population regarding the environmental problem, every year in connection with the World Environmental Day, International Earth Day, International Day for the Prevention of Exploitation of the Environment in War and Armed Conflicts, etc., information about these significant days is disseminated on the official accounts of the institution in social networks, thereby expressing support for the cause of the UN in these directions. as is known, as a result of deliberate acts of environmental terrorism committed by Armenia for 30 years, with the use of prohibited chemical weapons, the environment of the Karabakh region of Azerbaijan was subjected to physical and chemical pollution. Various rare species of plants and animals were destroyed. The process of self-regulation in rivers and lakes stopped, which led to the transformation of water bodies into a dead zone, destructive of all living things. For example, Okhuchay River has been heavily polluted in Armenia for many years, which directly affects the quality of the water resources of the Araz River, which is the second largest river in the South Caucasus. The result of all this was the destruction of the flora and fauna of these territories, which caused serious damage to the sustainable development of the country. Not only Azerbaijan, I mean all region. Here I would like to emphasize my statement about the potential threat of the Metsamor nuclear power plant, the validity period of which was already expired, that poses a serious risk not only to Azerbaijan and Armenia, but for whole region. But to the entire, unfortunately, its location in the seismic region of the South Caucasus makes its operation even more dangerous. There are 5 tectonic faults around the nuclear power plant, one of which is just 500 meters from the station. Thus, all the countries of the region are in danger of repeating the fate of the Chernobyl and Japanese nuclear power plants Fukushima. However, Armenia does not plan to close the station, but on the contrary, its operation has been extended until 2026 and beyond. Despite the liberation of our historical lands from the occupation by our brave army under the leadership of our president in the Second Karabakh War, our country has not yet recovered from the negative impact of this occupation. It will take many years to restore the completely destroyed infrastructure and ecosystem. The current landmine problem is causing many casualties, and it's a main problem for the safe return of hundreds of thousands of IDPs to their homelands, and posing a serious barrier to the region's economic recovery. As the Ombudsman of Azerbaijan, both during the war and the post-war period, I made many appeals to the international community, prepared reports, appeals, and statements based on the collected facts, and sent to relevant international organizations, ombudsmen of foreign countries, and national human rights institutions. Unfortunately, the Armenian government, not willing in providing accurate maps of mined areas of our country, despite the fact that we have regularly appealed to international organizations regarding this issue. On the contrary, since he was not subjected to any pressure at the international level, he continues the process of mining through subversion, sabotage groups in the territories of Azerbaijan recognized by the UN and currently freed from occupation. In my speech, I would also like to touch on the topic of food, which is the most important factor negatively affected by climate change. As you know, the right to food discussed at various levels for many years. and it was first enshrined in Article 25 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and then in the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. In both international documents, this right is recognized as an integral part of an adequate standard of living, and a number of obligations were imposed on the participating states within the framework of international cooperation. Norms related to the right to food are also reflected in a number of international documents that protected the rights of vulnerable groups of the population, Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discriminations Against Women, Convention on the Rights of the Child, and the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Also, in additional protocol to the American Convention on Human Rights in the area of economic, social and cultural rights, known as the Protocol of San Salvador, the African chapter on the rights and welfare of the child, and protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of women in Africa, issues related to the right to food have been identified. At the moment, the main legislative act regulating relations related to ensuring the safety to food and feed products in order to protect the life and health of people and animals, as well as the rights to consumers in the territory of our country, is the law on the Republic of Azerbaijan on food safety. By the way, in order to provide the population of the country with safe and high-quality food products, increase the efficiency and transparency of the food safety system, adapt it to international requirements, in 2019, the state program for ensuring food safety in the Republic of Azerbaijan for 2019-2025 was approved, and for the implementation of this document, interrelated measures in 12 main areas were identified. To achieve the widespread eradication of all forms of poverty, the main goal of the policy pursued in Azerbaijan is to reduce the level of poverty to the lowest possible level and improve the well-being of all segments of the population by strengthening measures to combat poverty at all levels.
Mrs. Alieva, if you can sum up in 2 minutes, it would be great.
Okay. In general, the measures implemented by the government of Azerbaijan are aimed at reducing the level of absolute poverty in the country and improving the quality of nutrition, and currently the reliable food supply for the population is one of the main directions of the state's socio-economic policy. In the end of my speech, I would like to state that poor quality food, dangerous for people's life and health, is an additional burden on the healthcare system of countries, creates serious obstacles to economic development, and also causes significant damage to tourism and trade. It is from this point of view that the issues of ensuring food security, promotion of sustainable agriculture, healthy living of everyone regardless of age, provisions of clean water and sanitation are considered as separate goals in the SDGs. In order to realize all these goals, we work together to address the factors that lead to the occurrence of climate change accompanied by harmful effects on the planet, which is considered our common home, and ensure food safety, which is the great importance in terms of the health of the population. Concluding my speech with the desire to continue mutual cooperation on the issues of climate change and the right to food, I called on everyone to show solidarity in this direction for the sake of protection of human rights. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your speech.
Oturumumuzun 3. konuşması.
Now we are going to proceed with the third speaker, and I would like to invite Elif Okkan, Associate Professor Dr. İzzet Arı will be accompanying, and the topic will be the concept of human rights in the scope of Paris Agreement and national determined contributions. First of all, I would like to share the brief CV. Elif Okkan graduated from Political Sciences and from Ankara University. Global climate change, mitigating climate change, and also equity are the topics that are within the scope of the research. And still, she is working in TÜBİTAK 1001. Hello all. First of all, I would like to thank each and every one of you for your contribution. I hope this symposium will be very beneficial for all of us. And we prepared this speech together with Associate Professor Dr. İzzet Arı, and I'm going to talk about the scope of Paris Agreement and NDCs within the scope of the concept of human rights. Now, first of all, of course, there could be different impacts of the climate change, and this is the main common problem for all of us. That's why we need to act collectively. There could be irregular heat waves, increase in the heat, and there could be various cases for all the societies, and between the societies, of course, there could be different vulnerable groups, and there could be different levels for all those experiences. And these vulnerable groups can experience much more during such crisis, and inequalities can be deeper. And within the scope of climate change, these, of course, mostly affected ones think about the justice, equality, and equity. And this inequality should be discussed within the scope of human rights and climate justice. So climate justice, human rights, there is a correlation between them. And first of all, there could be physical and economical approach, and there could be also ethical and political dimensions. For mitigation and adaptation, climate justice should be in the middle, and there could be sanctions to be legitimized, and then there will be different advantages. For climate justice, first of all, we could not reach to a consensus, and we could not see how to reach to an agreement. So there are different documents of human rights, and in order to implement that, there could be an universal normative analytical procedure. And the actions should be prepared considering the vulnerable groups' considerations, and this is also very critical in order to enable justice of climate. And human right-based approach will also be essential, and we need to focus on the most affected vulnerable groups, and they are going to have the right to express themselves. And in climate actions, we need to consider this association, and we know that for many years we have always discussing that. Governments should not eliminate only the threats for human rights, but they should also mitigate some other risks. And For example, clean development mechanism can be a project at local level, and after those implementations, there could be some violations. When we see such violations, we need to identify those violations by the governments, and there could be monitoring systems, and they should be implemented. Within the scope of all those topics, of course, John Knox stated, UN specialist, as a common language, human rights will be the valid common language. This is the belief. First of all, the concept of human rights, and I would like to talk about its occurrence in the international climate regime. In Glasgow last year, there was COP26, and before that, there was the UN Convention. For the first time, they considered this right to quality water as a human right. And there was a clear reference. And we know that there are different parties, and we know that there are various conventions related to environment. And before 2015, we know that there's also human rights and environmental quality preservation, and the first acceptance is in 1972 in the Stockholm Declaration. And after 20 years, we know that there is also Vienna Declaration, and we know that it is about sustainability. In 2008, there is also the Human Rights Council of the United Nations, and there is also the discussion that this is a significant threat, and in order to benefit from all those rights, there was a decision taken in the UNHCR. After that, in 2010, there was the Cancun Agreement, and it was stated that all those rights will be respected. In 2012, once again, with the decree number 1910, John Knox was assigned as the chair, and he mentioned all those political rights, international conventions, economical, cultural rights convention, and also European Human Rights Convention and the U.S. Human Rights Convention. So there was a call to fulfill all those conventions. And once again, there is the UNFCCC, and the aim is to stabilize all those greenhouse gas emissions. And there is also a degree specified, and this is also discussed during COPs, and the temperature increase will be up to 2.0 Celsius degree, and it's not going to exceed 1.5. This is the result. And there is also Paris Agreement. There are totally 196 countries, and together with the Secretariat of UNFCCC, we know that there is also national determined contributions, and all those NDCs will be fundamental. For climate justice and also human rights, we know that NGO supports are also included. Moreover, when we talk about human rights and climate change, there is a connection, and first of all, we know that there is a milestone, which is the Paris Agreement, and we know that it is not emphasizing something critical. And we know that Paris Agreement is not paying attention to the negative effects. So we don't have any global binding human rights agreement focusing on the correlation between climate change and the human rights. With Paris Agreement, of course, what we have in our agenda, NDCs. NDCs come to the front, national determined contributions. So combating climate change, there is the mitigation, adaptation, sustainable development, mitigating poverty, all those policies, and also limiting the temperature increase. So these are all objectives, and we are talking about NDCs as very significant policy documents. First of all, we're expecting to see the highest contribution from each country. And of course, in order to increase binding, we would like to see the contribution of the countries, and all those documents will be such documents. And for the greenhouse gas emissions, we know that 90% of all those gas emissions are from some countries, and in a qualitative analysis, totally 43 NDCs, and 8 of them is expressing human rights concepts. In addition, according to Climate Watch, there are totally 197 countries for UNFCCC, and 66 of them gave reference for human rights conventions. And I would like to give some examples about those references, because how to address this is also essential. And also for EU and member states, Honduras, Dominic, Canada, Moldova, Thailand, Ireland, Iceland, Norway, Indonesia, and Morocco, they define those human rights as their principles. And we know that some other countries like Mexico, Vanuatu, Colombia, Malawi, and Jordan, they are also performing the advocacy for the climate change and their negative impacts on the fundamental human rights. Panama, Colombia, Canada, Albania, Jordan, Costa Rica, Chile, and Switzerland is also focusing on mitigation and adaptation program, and they are promising that they are going to include human rights within the scope of their programs. And for Colombia and Jordan, they also emphasize that the impact is increasing in the vulnerable groups. And Myanmar states that there will be different promotions for the climate actions, and this is also stated, and Myanmar is the only country giving a reference in their own NDCs. As you can see, there are totally 197 countries, and in the NDCs of 66 countries, we know that there are the reference for human rights. And when we can make it more narrower, we know that there are the countries for the emissions of 90%, and we know that they do not pay much attention. And we can see that there is the poor condition related to considering the human rights. Of course, there could be different reasons, and in order to mention them, first of all, mitigating emissions, and we need to focus on a consensus. And for climate negotiators, they should also raise awareness for the climate, and they should be aware, and then we can integrate them. Secondly, for developing countries, these vulnerability levels are very high, and we should emphasize them. And of course, small delegations will not be sufficient, and the level of expertise will not be sufficient, and then these will not be on the agenda for the negotiations. And also for the countries having the industrialization, first of all, they should be aware of emission responsibilities, and there should be some compensations, and they are also ignoring that. For the human rights, we know that there are some countries which are not providing promising outcomes, and related to their vulnerabilities, there could be some advantages. Even if they can get those advantages, there are some missing points, and there are some significant gaps, and with revealing those gaps, they are afraid of being in such negotiations and consensus.
Yani ülke çizgileri ve buna karşılık sorumluluk alması gereken aktörlerden ne yazık ki söz
And unfortunately, actors doesn't take responsibility in this regard. And those emissions are addressed by different actors differently, and they also contribute to emissions in different levels. And it is difficult to create a common platform to find a one only solution. And those are the main challenges that we face. And most problems can be related to the climate change. However, when it comes to have a proof whether it will have a deterioration in the human rights or not, that's another challenge. And in addition to that, this climate change affects countries on a different levels, and how to intervene with this problem will be addressed on this COP conference to be held in Egypt. And this was the main discussion topic. And as a result of the ongoing discussions, the parties actually referred to the human rights as well, and they also agreed upon providing some financial support. So as a result, in the solution of climate change, we should include many actors, and the society's ecosystems should be protected from those climate change impacts based on their vulnerability level. And the countries contributing the least to the emissions are the most affected parties, and this shows us there is a huge inequality in the process, especially when it comes to the vulnerable section. They also have to be presented in the priorities of the climate change struggle, and the human rights should be on the focus of this struggle. On the international arena, human rights has to be the common language. Even though we have some barriers, it will accelerate the process. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you very much for your informative presentation. And we have 30 minutes delay, and we will continue with the fourth speaker. The fourth speaker is Dr. Feza Zencar Çörtoğlu, and she will be talking about this climate change impact, and I would like to share her background. She graduated from Bilkent University, Faculty of Economy and Business, and she studied her master's degree in the public management and governance, and after that she studied her doctorate degree in Ankara University in the Department of Urbanization and Environment, and she worked on this bioprotection and the biodiversity. And in the Turkish Scientific Academy, she received a grantship, and she was the guest researcher in the Sheffield University, and she is studying her postdoctorate degree, and Istanbul Technical University and European Center and Ankara University European Union office are the places where she worked for, and she also worked in the Ataum. She is still in Ataum Center. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for organizing this event. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. In my presentation, in my speech, I will talk about the human rights-based approach to climate change. And this approach has become popular in recent years, especially after Paris Climate Convention. This approach has become even more important, and it also has become a hot agenda item in the environmental law and this political arena. And first, the United Nations supported this concept, and then the European Union started to support this idea. First, I will try to explain it from a conceptual point of view. As I mentioned before, United Nations considers all the climate crisis as a crisis for human rights. Therefore, the negative impacts created by the climate change, humans couldn't access to their fundamental rights for water and food and health. And therefore, this was also the reason, the outcome of the wrong policies by the states. And as the states are responsible for their policies and for their citizens, and therefore it was concluded that the states are actually violating the human rights in this regard. So this human rights-based approach to climate change is a new approach. So let me give you more detailed information. Considering the development and emergence of this approach, I can say that this concept has emerged after a case file in 2005 in the United Nations. Inuit local people living in Arctic region, I don't call them Eskimo as they are against it, so they are preferring to be called as Inuit people. And the Inuit people has filed a case against the USA in 2005, claiming that the USA's FALC activities are putting them danger in their own livelihood, and they have huge problems to reaching to food. And therefore, they held USA responsible for the deterioration of their life conditions, as they couldn't reach any food in the region. And they issued a case file against USA, and their case file was rejected by the court. However, United Nations considers the Inuit people's approach as an important approach, which is human rights-based approach to climate change. So this was the first case, actually, where we have this concept of right-based approach to climate change, and it is the United Nations who took the first step, and the further approaches were established on top of this first approach. So after the Inuit local people's case in 2009, a European Union UNHCR has declared a report in 2009, and they submitted this report to the highest officials, and they recommended to consider the climate change from the human rights perspective, and the Council took a very positive perspective and approach towards that. And therefore, all the countries, member countries, were recalled that they have to consider the human rights and the protection of the human rights when it comes to the climate change as well, because they have already given some commitments to protect the environment and the rights of the human. And the preparation of some precautions and measures in line with the human rights are strongly recommended by UN. And to make this approach more practical, this decision right to participate in decision making is also considered to be included in this type of measures and precautions. As you know, Paris Climate Convention Paris Agreement is a very important agreement, and this is the first international and legally binding climate change agreement focusing on the human rights. This agreement actually calls for all the countries to pay all necessary attention to human rights in terms of climate change. And Paris Climate Agreement says that the struggle against climate change should be the main focal points, and this also imposes some risk for the human rights as well. And this is the very first agreement on environment. And in the introduction part of the agreement, it mentions about the respect to human rights and to encourage the development of human rights. And it also calls for all the countries to implement the human rights at full stage. And in addition to that, right to health and the local people's health, right to develop, right to women's rights are also included in this Paris Agreement. So I am not a lawyer, but this agreement has to be addressed from two different points. This international human rights jurisdiction includes the fundamental rights and freedoms and all the relevant rights. Therefore, the Paris Agreement also refers to right to food, right to development, but it also refers to right to information, right to participate in decision making, and right to access to justice. So in 2015, United Nations Sustainable Development Agenda for 2030 was declared, and in this declaration they also refer to the human rights-based approach to climate change after the Paris Agreement, and there is also another call by the Human Rights Council in 2018 for all the countries to develop an human rights-based approach to climate change. And regarding the clean and sustainable environment decisions by the UN, they also refer to this human rights-based approach here. So let me explain the conceptual part of this approach. In the international human rights legislation, this actually new approach also referring to the international human rights. The government and non-government actors shall be responsible to protect the human rights and be against any kind of discrimination and injustice. And while protecting the human rights, they also identify the right holders and the responsible bodies as well. And the normative aspect of human rights should be reflected on the principles and standards of the state as well. So this is the main methodology recommended here. So this concept doesn't include a normative approach, but also the methodology as well. So by doing so, United Nations foresees that the actions for climate change can be integrated with the right-based policy areas so that the outcomes can be improved. And by doing so, embracing a holistic approach, we can address economic, social, cultural, and social aspect of the climate change regarding all the groups and the individual peoples who are affected by the climate change. There are two important differentiations in this human rights-based approach. We have the right holders and the duty bearers. The right holders are the ones who are damaged by the actions implemented for the climate change, and the duty bearers can be identified as the government authority, the state authority. The state authority is the main responsible body, and they have to protect the right holders in their own policies. And this should be the case for the environmental policies as well. And by doing so, if the strategies and standards are not well designed, they may result in violation of human rights. For example, the local peoples participating in the process might be hindered if there is no proper system to protect the human rights. So, United Nations try to have a more solid practical side of this topic, and the climate change policies and actions should focus on the most vulnerable people who are badly affected by the climate change, the local communities, women, children, those can be the vulnerable groups affected by climate change the most. In addition to that, there are operational principles listed in this approach. So what are those operational principles? The universality, equality, participation, accountability, transparency, those are the main principles that are important for human rights, and they are all emphasized in terms of climate change. And this gives us a conceptual framework that we can refer to in all our activities of development. And by embracing this approach, we can minimize the conflict between human rights and climate actions, and we can improve the climate change policies, its monitoring and evaluation. It is quite important. And also, the participation of the public in decision-making process, their access to information and justice are also highlighted. Climate governance processes should be just, transparent and inclusive so that local communities, women and children can actively and effectively participate in decision-making process, as they are the most vulnerable groups. There is another important dimension here regarding the access to information. There is an important point for climate change because people are not aware of what type of risk they are exposed to, and they have the right to be fully informed about this risk, and they also have a right to fully informed about what type of precautions are taken. And the people should know what type of precautions are taken by the state to protect them from this climate change, and they should also be informed about the risky situation. So this access to information is important so that they can do proper risk assessment. And the climate justice is important in the right-based approach, and the respect to human rights is important, and international cooperation comes forefront. There are vulnerable groups, and their rights have to be protected, and also the people should take advantage of the measures taken for climate change, and they should get more resilient, and they should receive enough support to become resilient against climate change. And this is really important, and this point has already highlighted in this conventions. And also the human rights approach should be integrated into climate change policies, and especially the vulnerable groups should participate in policy making process and the decision making process. And if we manage to do so, the humanity will benefit from this approach. And I also would like to inform you about the EU's approach. But before that approach, European Union was quite sensitive about the environmental policies, and they already developed some environmental agreements. And thanks to those actions, this is actually there are some circulars, legal circulars, and the regulations of EU regarding the climate change and its impact. This is the access to justice by public and access to information by public, etc. There are different regulations and circulars by EU to provide the full access to information for their public. And those legal regulations are the main basis for their human rights-based approach to climate change. Access to justice, access to information, and the right to association and right to NGOs are actually really important in the EU side. And in addition to that, this environmental impact assessments are really important for climate change. And the public should be informed about the project and their evaluation.
Plan projelerin nasıl değerlendirildiği
and how to evaluate those projects. What conditions will there be for the approval? This is also important. Okay, I'm going to wrap up. Could you please wrap up in 2 minutes? Sure. And once again, this is also important. I would like to mention that, especially with the acceleration of Green Deal, once again in 2021, there was also another decree by the European Parliament, and this was related to the climate change and human rights approach. And as we have stated, this was also the approach of the UN, and this was the reflection on the regulations of the EU. So EU is going to align and integrate in the internal system together with the Green Deal, and we know that there is an acceleration, and even if these concepts are close to each other, we know that the dimension will be bigger in terms of its importance. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Çertoğlu. And now the fifth speaker will be speaking, Dr. Ceren Gürseller, and the relationship between climate change and the right to food in the case of Somalia will be the topic. So, can human rights create new momentum in international support? This will be the paper. And I would like to share the CV for Dr. Ceren. Graduated from Nevşehir Hacı Bektaş University, Faculty of Economics and Administrative Sciences, and she has also been working there as a lecturer, postgraduate in Bilkent University, and then once again another master's degree in Middle East Technical University for Palestinian Independence Organization, Independence thesis. Ankara University, Faculty of Science, PhD for Africa Traditions and Self-Determination. This was also the thesis title. And Eurasia Strategic Research Center, another research, Arab African expert, and also she is an expert for African countries. The floor is yours, madam. Thank you. My title will be The Case of Somalia and the Relationship Between Climate Change and Right to Food, and of course integrating human rights. So, can human rights create new momentum in international support? Yes, first of all, the need is to fulfill the need for vulnerable groups and increase the aid. And, of course, there is a need for the change of paradigm. In the current paradigm, there is the insufficiency, and with the case of Somalia, we know that there is a need for the technical aid and also some other aids. As you all know, we know and we are aware of this need, but we know that there is no significant steps taken. And therefore, we need to examine the case of Somalia for financial and technical support, and also examining the vulnerable groups. Then we can increase the awareness. Because, you know, climate change, when we consider that within the scope of human rights, this will be included, and then there will be a new paradigm. For mainstreaming climate change research and discussions, first of all, when we examine them, we can see that human rights are not there. And for climate change and right to food, once again, we can see food insecurity. Let me try to express the relationship between them. Climate change, especially with the increase of global warming, then there will be the increase in drought. And there is the scarcity of the resource, and then there will be the pressure on those resources. And the drought will also decrease the agricultural outcomes. Therefore, fundamental human rights context will come to the front for accessing the food and food security, and there will be the challenges and difficulties in Somalia. For this reason, why we are in need of a paradigm change, because especially for combating climate change, and when we look at the international aids, as my professor stated, there is inequality and discrimination. And if we can add human rights into the new paradigm, then there will also be the contact for inequality, and the right to food can be an example. For example, access to food. The most important problem is that accessing to the food, and when we add climate change, then there will be some additional problems. And these groups are vulnerable for climate change, and also, as the example we can give, Somalia case, and we can also understand the importance of human rights. For example, there are some aids given by the U.S. to Somalia, but there were some concerns because those aids could be transferred to some other terrorist groups. For this reason, we know that, for example, we know that some concepts are also important for fighting against terrorism, etc. For this momentum, new momentum, we need to raise awareness and we need to fulfill the needs of Somalia. And then there will be the international support, and there is also the correlation. And together with this example, of course, there are different indicators that we can see. For example, there are some international and academic parties, and they address climate change, and we know that there is an increase, and they apply to the human rights. And once again, there is a significant increase for the climate change and also armed conflicts. We know that this climate change is another threat factor, and there is international consensus, and this consensus will increase. For Somalia case, for collecting more members in the terrorist group, we know that this is the consideration. And there will also be the power relations, and discrimination and inequality will be on the agenda. Within the scope of this picture, as Professor Dr. Muharrem stated, Africa comes to the forefront and Somalia comes to the forefront. However, this current paradigm, we are talking about food security, right to food, and also human rights. There will be very challenging concepts. That's why we need to have very strong relationship with all those powers. Why I have selected Somalia? Because there is famine and also drought, and and also there is international aid, and these aids can also be used for the terrorist group. And there are different groups like farmers, and there could be different inner conflicts, and we can see the indirect effect of the climate change. For example, on the water source, there could be different sections like clan differences, so there could be the tension between different groups, and there could be armed conflict. Once again, as my professor stated, all those poor sections have very low contribution to the emissions. However, for the Somalia case, we know that they are mostly affected from the climate crisis. And when we make a comparison with some other countries, we know that Somalia has the rapid increase in terms of the temperature. On the other hand, they have taken some significant steps to mitigate this emission rate, and also they are struggling for the desertification. This is also another paradox. Why? There is also coal mining, and the trees can be cut because of that. I mean, they try to struggle for the climate change, but there is also the struggle for getting the income. And we know that there is also another ban for coal mining. Moreover, Somalia is exposed to this climate change. There are tufans, dust storms, sudden floods, so we can give those as examples. And for Somalia, climate change, human rights, right to food, the association between them can be examined, because the terrorist groups can be stronger, and also there could be some social conflicts, and there will be the scarcity of the resources, and then there will be the food insecurity. So we know that there is the impact of the climate change, and we are going to address all those issues in our symposium. And as the result, there is internal and external migration, and this is also increasing the unstable conflicts. And in the Eshbabat terrorist group, we know that they can have different rights and also international aids can be eliminated. And for Somalia case, there are armed conflicts and also the climate change, so we can include the human rights and normative concepts can also be included. There is the vulnerable group, and of course there are also some other vulnerable groups living in some rich countries, but we know that the effect is more and more in this Somalia case. And of course there could be different mechanisms, for example UNFCCC and Kyoto Protocol, and when we examine them we know that there is climate crisis and human rights, but there is no association between them. When we come to Paris Agreement, as my professor stated in the introduction phase, we know that there is the association with climate change and human rights, and we know that there is an increase in terms of the momentum. Another momentum evidence is that, as I have expressed, the international precedent, and once again, for the climate crisis, we can say that Barack Obama is focusing in a sensitive manner, the former president, and for the Syria conflict and climate crisis, he also attended the COP26 and expressed that association between climate crisis and also this conflict, and stated that we can see the deepening of all those conflicts. And the former General Secretariat of the United Nations stated that there is also a correlation, and this ecological reason can also increase the conflict. And with the Joe Biden government and also with the Trump, we know that during Trump, Paris Agreement was not on the agenda, and after that we know that during the next presidency, Paris Agreement was on the agenda. And for the climate negotiations, we need to consider their approach. For example, for COP26 being there, supporting that. And the Somalia delegation was also highlighting the sensitivity for this climate change and expressed that they are open to such threats. However, on the other hand, they have also prepared the NDCs and also struggling for the climate change, and this is also a critical role. For COP26, Somalia president and also the Minister of Climate Change, they were in contact with some Western leaders, and Western leaders stated once again that this is a human rights case, and this climate crisis including human rights, because we are talking about the non-existence of self-sufficiency, and also this was the association. And another example that I can give for momentum is that in terms of establishing peace in the territory, we know that this is also centered. For example, for the environment program of UN, and also once again the UNSOMON UN in Somalia, they reached a consensus, and there was also the assignment of climate security attaché. So climate change, environmental distortion, and also competition. So these are the titles that we can focus. Christoph Holder, the environment advisor, mentioned also the work and stated that there is the approach when we work together with some other parties. So we can also consider that for the solution. For ecosystem and humanitarian aid, we need to understand that human beings should be in the middle. And for example, for deforestation and also destroying the forests were on the agenda. In conclusion, we know that climate change can be addressed together with human rights, and once again we can think of a change in the paradigm for Somalia case. Climate change has also the association with armed conflicts, and once again we can evaluate right to food and food security, and international part should address that. And in order to live in a healthy environment, we need to adapt all those issues in human rights based, and we can understand that there could be triggering factors for the conflicts, and these factors should be accepted at the international platform, and then this new momentum can be live. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for being on time. Yes. Now, of course, I would like to ask some questions. I mean, we have a delay for 30 minutes, so shall we get the questions? We can get some questions maybe. Are there any questions? I would like to receive the questions for our panelists. Of course, we are so close to the lunchtime, so thank you very much for your patience. So, if there is no question, I would like to end this panel. Thank you very much for your contribution, and thank you for the speeches.
Konuşmacılarımıza ve oturum başkanımıza katkıları için
We would like to thank our contributors, panelists, and now we are going to have the token of award, and I would like to invite Professor Dr. Muharrem Kılıç for providing those plates.
invite our moderator, Associate Professor Hamdi Gökçe Zabunoğlu, to the floor to moderate this session. And we also kindly invite academic member Seher Çakan and the research assistant Rabia Ersoy, Dr. Rabia İlay Akbulut, and Dr. Zeynep İspir to the floor as the panelists of those sessions. And Dr. Rabia İlay Akbulut Pirzada will join our session online. Esteemed moderators, esteemed members of the Council and dear participants, I would like to welcome you to the International Symposium on Climate Change and the Right to Food in the Context of Human Rights. And in the second session, we are going to discuss the climate change and right to food in terms of the practice of law, and the speakers will have 15 minutes, and we deeply believe that they will not exceed their time. And the first speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Seher Çakan, and she will be talking about climate cases and the Uganda Foundation versus Holland government case. Seher Çakan graduated from the Faculty of Law in Erzincan, and she studied her master's degree in 2014 and a doctorate degree in 2020. And she has been teaching in Aksaray University, and since 2022 she has been teaching at Afyonkarahisar University, the Faculty of Law. The floor is yours. I would like to thank everyone who contributed to this symposium, especially Professor Muharrem. Today I will talk about the case of the Netherlands government and the Urlanda Foundation. This case actually was opened against the Holland government by the public, and this is a really important case actually, because this court decision identified the responsibility of a state, and it is an exemplary case again because it shows us the important implementations to have a more effective and ambitious climate policies. And the higher court made an evaluation regarding the liabilities of the Dutch government, and they claimed that the state cannot be judged. And however, these claims are not specific enough to be discussed at the European Rights of Human Court, and however this national court didn't think that this is such a general decision, but it is a specific decision, and there can be a court decision because the citizens who opened this case file against the government are affected by the climate change. And regarding the liabilities of the state, we see that the rights of the citizens are violated, and there is a risk, and if the government is aware of this risk, and they are liable to take necessary measures. According to the Supreme Court, this emergency risk concept has to be identified in detail, and this destruction concept has to be defined properly. So regarding the implementation of second article, it is about the implementation of the environmental decisions. And regarding the respect to private life and regarding the respect to family life, it is under protection according to Article 8. And the European Court of Human Rights also underlines the environmental risks, and those environmental risks may have direct impact on a personal life. Even though there is no hazardous situation, the environmental conditions can be quite difficult for those people. Therefore, their right to healthy life has to be protected. And the governments are liable to take reasonable precautions regarding the environmental risks. And considering the Article 6 and 8 of the Convention, it is not limited to a specific group of people. It may apply to the general population. This is the statement by the Supreme Court. Therefore, if there is an environmental risk, that citizens affected by it has to be protected according to Article 2 and 8. We know that climate has a global impact and this will affect many people, and general assessment can be made in this regard. In Article 2 and 8, the states are responsible to take necessary precautions, even though the risk is not definite. However, the states are liable to take all protective measures, and those measures has to be reasonable, and the steps to be taken will be decided by each country. Only condition is that all the measures, preventive and protective measures, has to be reasonable. And if a government takes all reasonable precautions, and if these precautions are not sufficient enough to prevent these risks, the government or the state cannot be held responsible for the consequences. So there are positive liabilities in this regard, and the positive liabilities are important, and within the scope of the European Court of Human Rights, there are some jurisdictions, and those most important jurisdiction that was taken into consideration by the Supreme Court of Holland is that the Netherlands is that they state doesn't have to approve all the documents. The relevant international documents or conventions will be sufficient enough to take all necessary measures, and they have to be reflected on the national legislation, and there is a common platform for the implementation. So the Supreme Court, actually High Court, refers that the Netherlands doesn't have to be a party to every international convention, and the principles, the international principles, should be taken into consideration. Again, the High Court actually, while evaluating the case, they refer to the European Convention of Human Rights, and they also state that the Netherlands can make all evaluations based on this international agreements, and this is a really urgent need, and this climate change may endanger the lives of people in Holland. Again, because of the climate change, there is a dramatic change in the level of sea waters, and this may impose a significant risk to the Netherlands population, but this risk may be even more higher 10 years later, and within the scope of Article 2 and 8 cannot be taken into consideration for this type of a risky situation, because it is a long-term consequences, and the climate change will happen in a long term, and this detection by the High Court can be really important. Actually, the most important thing here is that regarding the climate change, there is a discussion ongoing at the European Court of Human Rights, but they haven't determined a decision yet. Therefore, this climate threat can be addressed Article 2 and 8. And as of the nature of the climate change, it is global and universal. Therefore, the emission levels are not only coming from the Holland landscape, but the other countries are also contributing to the high levels of carbon emissions. And the European Convention of Human Rights, Article 2 and 8, the Netherlands are liable to take necessary measures. And there are different justifications here. First of all, the United Nations Climate Change Framework Agreement is taken into consideration. It refers to the global liabilities of the state, and it also refers to the fact that this liability and responsibility has to be jointly shared by all the countries globally. And Article 2 of the European Convention of Human Rights refers to the emission levels that has to be limited so that it won't be harmful to people. And therefore, in the Article 3 of the convention, there are some principles, and those principles are taken into consideration by the High Court, and it decides that all the countries are liable to take all necessary measures. And since 1992, United Nations Climate Change Framework Agreement is into practice, and there are conferences organized every year. And this conference, there is a call for all the countries to take necessary measures and give no harm to the environment, to the people. So those are the main principles, actually. And annual conferences, this approach is stipulated every year, and according to this idea, these countries shall give no harm to each other. And also, within the framework of this concept, this concept can be considered as the main justification behind the court decision. One of the most important threats is that a country may have very limited contribution to the carbon emission. However, this doesn't mean that they will be free from the liability. Even though their contribution is not severe, they still are liable to prevent carbon emission. However, as the climate change is global an issue, therefore all the countries will be held responsible. And also, the High Court make a decision regarding the 25% reduction in the carbon emissions. And this ratio is evaluated whether it might be applied to every country or not. And in the second stage, they also evaluate whether is there any responsibility to be taken by the Netherlands government. And according to the court decision in 2007, in the fourth evaluation report, this ratio is clearly stipulated. And for Annex 1 countries, there is a liability mentioned here. And the emission ratio will be 25% to 40% in 2020. And it will be 45% to 50% by 2050. And the greenhouse gas emissions has to be 450 ppm at the maximum. As the court mentioned about the 25% ratio, they refer to the COP decisions. Especially the conferences up to 2025, this ratio is underlined specifically, but after 2015, they not only the main focus is not on the ratio of the emissions, but they mainly make an emphasis on the general reduction of the carbon emissions. And this court decides that this ratio is stated by globally, and it reflects a consensus globally. Therefore, the Netherlands will be held responsible for the reduction of the carbon emissions and the greenhouse emissions in this respect. And this Holland is a party to the Paris Convention and the United Nations Climate Change Framework Agreement as well. And also, this 25% ratio is considered that there is no justification for this, and therefore this 25% ratio will be binding for Holland as well. It is important for two aspects. First of all, within the scope of European Convention on Human Rights, the not reducing the emissions will be the violation of the human rights. And secondly, the High Court of Netherlands decides that reducing this greenhouse gas emissions by 25% is the minimum ratio, and this was decided based on the human rights-based approach. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Hocam çok teşekkür ederiz, sağ olunuz. Aslında Urgen'de davası önemli bir dava çünkü.
Thank you very much. This is a very significant lawsuit, and this is the initial point in the world for seeing such files. And probably the next speaker will continue, and she's going to talk about its structure in Turkish law. So this will also shed light on our way. So the title will be Climate Change Litigation and the Responsibility of the Administration for Climate Inaction in Turkish Law. Yes, a young colleague graduated from Istanbul University Faculty of Law in 2016. In 2018, she assigned as the instructor, and she continued for the master's degree and postgraduate degree. And then she still is in the Ankara University Faculty of Law, and she continues studying. So she is also focusing on biosafety, climate, and security. I would like to give floor to her. First of all, good afternoon. I am so pleased to be here together with you. Today, of course, I am going to evaluate climate change from the point of administration of climate inaction in Turkish law. I'm going to speak about the current situation and are there any barriers and what kind of regulations can be performed. First of all, what is climate change? We need to understand that. And once again, how to evaluate that in the European Court of Human Rights. First, I'm going to talk about these details. And there are some international conventions. And then I will move to Turkish law. And of course, I'm going to focus on the core. So what is happening for the jurisdiction side? We all know that there are international conventions, and as it is accepted, climate change is realized by human factors. And because of such changes, of course, there are vulnerable groups, poverty, poor farmers, and also there could be some changes in the prices of the food. So we know that there are some vulnerable groups. And climate justice comes to the front. So we know that they have the least role for the climate change, but they have the maximum, the most effect. For this reason, I am going to talk about the concept. So, when we have a look at the European Court of Human Rights, especially within the scope of the Article 8, first of all, privacy and respect to the private life, we know that there are different files. And so all those rights are collective rights, and this can also be applicable for such cases. And in Turkey, there's also Öner Yıldız Turkey case. This was related to the methane explosion, and then we know that there were some individuals who have lost their lives, and we could not see their corpses. So there are reports, but we know that there were no measures taken, and all those people were not informed about the risk of that explosion, and this area was not moved to another secure zone. Actually, when we talk about administrative jurisdiction, actually this is a kind of typical law enforcement practice, and it is not realized. And let's have a look at the cases globally for climate change. We know that 3/4 of them are in the United States of America, and generally we know that there are different policies, and all those cases are against those policies to the government and also to the companies which are having more greenhouse gas emissions. And of course, as it is accepted, of course there could be different government opinion, and so there could be different decisions taken. First of all, we need to see the justifications. For example, there could be a file court against the government, and it should be related to public laws. So we can see that this is on the agenda. And in addition, in New Zealand or Australia, we know that there is a different jurisdiction and there is a different type of case. And as the professor stated, the case explained is also one of the leading ones. And what is attracting my attention is that in case of not taking any measures, we know that young individuals will face those negative impacts of climate change for their entire life. So this is so important. Moreover, in 2021, with Paris Administrative Justice, there was a decision taken, and it was stated as the decision of the century. In 2018, there was Greenpeace and some other environmental organizations, and there were different cases filed, and so the government was even committing for decreasing the greenhouse gas emissions, but then there was the decision between violation and ignorance, neglect, and then the final decision was that the government should be responsible. And of course, we have different binding documents, Kyoto Protocol, UNFCCC, the Convention. And moreover, in 2021, we know that with the presidential decree, we are a party of the Paris Agreement, and it is also integrated in our internal law. However, in Paris Agreement, we know that it is voluntary-based actions. And of course, there is no direct sanction. So this is not the case for this Paris Agreement. Therefore, it is criticized. However, the main problem here is that, you are a party, okay, when you become a party in the Paris Agreement, and there are different regulations related to environment impact assessment, and there could be some amendments, and we can see that there is not a significant progress. So this is also one of the criticism. What about any direct case which is sued directly related to climate change? Actually, we do not have any in Turkey. And there are different cases which are related to cancellation or for overcoming the damage. So the ones which are related to the violation. And first of all, there could be some individual benefits, condition, and generally in the court we see that there are different associations, bars, unions, and also some political parties. And so we realize that the files which are opened by those are not accepted. Actually, we have the regulation, and according to the regulation's objective, and this is also the same case for the union. This is because of the decision of the State Council. So actually, there will be the file switching, and then this will not be directly related to the union syndicate itself. And sometimes we know that they can be accepted. There could be different topics like infrastructure, environment, and instead of filing a suit individually, people prefer establishing a kind of union, and then they prefer filing suits. But in Turkey, even if there is the advantage of a union, it's not really possible to evaluate that solely. And for fully jurisdiction cases, there is also the service responsibility. For example, during the earthquake of 1999, there were some neglect of the law enforcement forces, and there was also the violation of the rights when we have a look at that case opened. So this is also the mistake made by the law enforcement forces. And there should be concrete damage, and I would like to pay attention to its interpretation. Actually, of course, it depends on the quality, and it's not only about the compensation. It's about the intervention itself. And also, there could be different methods, such as payment in kind. And there is Article 3, when you are going to have full jurisdiction. So there is a specific condition. And of course, this is also one of the barriers in front of looking for the rights. And the fourth paragraph of Article 125 in the Constitution, we know that this decision cannot be taken administratively. So how to overcome this ban? I mean, this prohibition. Can be more flexible for full remedy action. And of course, even if there could not be any instruction for the legislative body, there is also the law on faults, and there could be fine, and there could be a change in the fine, and the application can be accepted. This is the statement. So this is not directly related to the jurisdiction, but it is related to the legislative body. Of course, a climate law can be prepared, and this is also on the agenda, and the responsibility can be explained in details. For the authority of full remedy action, what we understand, actually we should go more ahead of this understanding, and there should be some legal regulations. In conclusion, regarding climate change, so all we discussed, in conclusion, there could be inaction of climate, and the responsibility can be compensated by the administration, and there could be wide criticisms, and we can overcome such problems. However, I believe that there will be a different legal regime with the law on climate. That's all. Thank you. Actually, my dear colleague emphasized on a very important topic, full remedy action, which is connecting to the legislation. I mean, and In the doctrine, we know that there could also be compensation, but full remedy action is much more than the compensation case. So within the concept and scope of climate change, we should implement that. And thank you once again for your presentation. And the third speaker, once again, another Rabia, Dr. Rabia İlay, and she's going to connect online virtually. The title is The Evaluation of Climate Change in the Context of Obligations Arising from the Right to Food. Dr. Rabia İlay Akbulut graduated from Ankara University Faculty of Law, and then with the scholarship of the Ministry of National Education studied for English, and then studied in Cambridge Faculty of Law and on different topics. And she had the thesis, completing the thesis there. She came back to Turkey and for a while worked in Istanbul Provincial General Directorate, and then she continued working as a lawyer in Turkish Petroleum Corporation. She also worked as a researcher, and in Bilkent University, she studied in the Institute of Economic and Social Sciences, once again for the PhD. Rabia İlay Akbulut Perzade. And also, she has granted the scholarship from TÜBİTAK for the PhD, and there is also the thesis prepared related to the law on food. This was also presented successfully. Esteemed colleague, can you hear us? Hello, I've been following you as of the beginning of the symposium. Can you hear me? Could you please share my screen? Good afternoon, all. I really wanted to be there with you face to face. However, I could not, and I'm really happy to be a part of this program. And this is on the agenda in Turkey, and we have all those academicians. It's so significant. And I would like to thank Professor Dr. Muharrem and also the staff. I would like to greet you all. And today in my presentation, I am going to talk about the evaluation of climate change within the scope of obligations arising from the right to food. In this context, actually, climate change is very important for right to food. And let's move with the next slide. First of all, I would like to draw a general framework. What is the association between climate change and right to food? First of all, as a global issue, climate change, and another global issue is food security. And we know that climate change has a significant impact on food security. First of all, we know that there is the reduction on the yield of crop, and then there is the reduction of soil and water resources, and then we can see the increase of poverty and famine. And especially here, we're talking about global food security, and one of the most important barriers in front of that is climate change. For a very long time, this is on the agenda of the international institutions, zero famine target. And as of 2030, this target is willing to be fulfilled. But so far, recent data, and also with all those armed conflicts and with climate change, this target will not be able to be fulfilled. Next slide, please. Another negative impact is that there is also the impact on the right of food of poor and vulnerable groups. Actually, climate change is caused by developed countries. But when we look at the results, we know that there is a disproportion, and the mostly affected countries are not providing the effect. So, there are small farmers and also women, and they are facing those negative consequences, and these are the vulnerable ones. The main reason is that all those vulnerable groups are not aware how to be resilient towards all these climate change factors. They don't have the technologies for that. And
bu gruplar arasında açlığın daha da artmasına, yaygınlaşmasına.
And actually, famine has become deepened among those groups, and this resulted in the migration related to climate change, and there is an increase in the migration movement. And as the people lose their livelihoods, but they also want to reach better life conditions, they can migrate to another place in their country, or they can migrate to another country as well. But we cannot say that all the time they have a solution, because wherever they go and migrate, they have to work underqualified works, and they still cannot get rid of this vicious cycle of poverty and famine. So it is actually a situation that we couldn't produce any solution. So the climate change has a direct negative results, outcomes on the human rights, and also the struggle, the advocacy also may have some negative outcomes. What does it mean? On one hand, we try to produce a solution for the climate change, but on the other hand, there are some negative impacts of our actions that will make it difficult for those people to reach their right to food. So regarding the mitigation measures, for example, the elimination of the negative impact of climate change is the main focus here, or the minimizing the factors that result on climate change. There are some measures taken. For example, so there must be an increase in the biofuels, for example. That's a solution. On one hand, we try to reduce the negative impact of climate change, but if we increase the biofuel consumption, then so we will actually result in decreasing the food for consumption. It means that the food prices will be fluctuating, and it will, for adaptation measurements, renewable energy sources can be a solution, and we actually shift towards the renewable energy sources, and some of the outcomes of climate change is inevitable. So if this is the case, let's adapt ourselves to those outcomes. And at this stage, we try to use more renewable energy. For example, hydroelectricity power plants can be a solution. However, on the other hand, we have limited water sources, and we have to decide whether we will use these water sources for energy generation or agricultural irrigation. And especially in the regions with very limited and scarce source of water, that's a huge problem. So is there any connection between the climate change and the liabilities resulting from the right to food? So is there any environmental liabilities on the states? This is my first question. The first part of when we consider the language of the convention, we cannot say that it covers the environmental liabilities. However, if we have a broad interpretation of the convention, this agreement actually also puts forward some liabilities of environmental protection. So how can we make this conclusion? This convention actually is a very holistic convention referring to the human rights. Therefore, we can conclude that this convention also addresses the environmental liabilities quite indirectly, yet still stating them. And this convention is focusing on the economic and social and cultural rights committee's decisions. And this convention can be interpreted from a broader perspective. For example, the right to water. This right is not stipulated openly in the convention. However, the committee makes an interpretation about the right to water, and they stipulate that this convention also addresses the right to water, especially referring to the Article 15. So right to water, right to food, and right to health are quite important. And the actually right to water, water rights, are the prerequisite. And can we establish a relation between the environmental liabilities and the right to food, right to water? And yes, there's a correlation. Because in a world where the environment is damaged, it is not possible to provide the right to food equally to everybody. In order to have a right to food, we first have to have a better climate, and we have to protect the environment. So this convention actually underlines this environmental liabilities as well. But on the other hand, how climate change affect the provision of right to food? So there are 4 elements required for right to food, and the climate change affects those principles as well. And the last question is that what is the relation between the liabilities regarding the right to food and the climate change actions? So in order to mitigate the negative impacts of climate change, we have to the committee focuses on the general interpretation 12, and they mention about 4 elements: the accessibility, sufficiency, and sustainability. And also the availability. When it comes to availability, the persons should have an access to enough land to produce their own food, or to a reasonable marketplace to buy them. So this is the availability of the food. This is the first element, and the negative impact on the climate change reduces the yield of agricultural product, and it also minimizes the water sources and also the animal products as well. Therefore, the availability of food is negatively impacted. So when we consider the sufficiency principle based on age and physical condition of any person, they have a right to eat sufficient amount of nutrition food. And this food actually has to be free from chemicals and has to be a healthy food. So this decrease in the food production also negatively affects the sufficiency, and also an increase in the carbon emissions. These foods actually starts to include some hazardous materials or substances, and therefore we cannot say that these foods are free from any chemicals. And also accessibility is important. And this food should be acceptable from the cultural point of view as well, because the hunting, gathering, or the agricultural conventional traditional practices can be a tool to access to food. However, climate change negatively impacts this cultural aspect. Therefore, people stay away from the field and they cannot have a proper access to food. So as I mentioned about the accessibility, the accessibility can be physical or economic. The food should be accessible both from economic and physical perspective. It needs to be accessible so that in the cases where persons cannot have access to food due to the war situation or other conflict, the states will be liable to distribute those foods, and there has to be an equal distribution. And the climate change has an impact on it, and economic accessibility can be defined as the food should be sold at a reasonable price on the market so that people can easily buy it, people can easily afford it, and they don't have to make a choice between their fundamental food needs and the other needs. So the tomato is 20 Turkish lira per kilo on the market, and people cannot afford it, and they have to make a choice either whether to eat tomato or to meet other fundamental needs like health or education. So the accessibility of food, the economic accessibility of food is not the case, unfortunately. And the climate change results in a dramatic increase in the food prices. Therefore, the foods cannot be afforded by people. And finally, sustainability is another issue. The sustainability is actually a part of availability. So the food shouldn't be available only for a short period of time. The food should be available for a long period of time, which is referring to the sustainability. And there are long-term negative impacts of climate change, and the food actually can be negatively affected by the climate change in the long run. According to the estimations, if the measures are insufficient, by 2030, there will be a huge food crisis, and 120 million people will be in poverty, and by 2050, more than 24 million children will face famine. So in addition, on top of today's figure, there will be 24 million more children that are facing famine, and also there will be a huge figure for hunger as well. So the figures right now shows that the food is not sustainable, and in the long term it will be a huge problem. So therefore the sustainability of food can be solved only by sustainable environment. If you cannot struggle against the climate change, you cannot have a sustainable food. So I will make a general assessment regarding the liabilities regarding the food right and the climate change. There are Maastricht principles which are guiding for us, and international cooperation plays a huge role here. How many minutes do I have? You have 5 minutes left. So next slide, please. And the liabilities regarding climate change and food right, the right to respect, right to protect, and right to implement, right to practice is all related with this topic. So what is the relation between the right to food and right to respect? The right to respect is a negative liability. And it says that to the state that you cannot touch the right to food of people, and the government cannot be in a negative attitude towards the people's right to food. But when you make a more broadened interpretation of right to respect, it means that the state should protect the current status, and they shouldn't fall backward. And in this regard, there are some positive liabilities included here as well, because the struggle against the climate change requires a right to respect, and right to food, because we should protect the current situation and we should improve it as well. And therefore, the state has to be fighting against this food crisis. And also there are cross-boundary liabilities of the countries. What it means? It means that the states are not only responsible for their own country, but they are also responsible for the citizens and the peoples of the other countries if they have a harmful action in their own country, and if that action damages the other populations as well as their populations, this is not acceptable. The developed countries have many activities, and those activities might be harmful to the environment and to the population on the general public. Therefore, every country is responsible and liable to protect the environment, not only limited to their own country borders. And also, so the states are also responsible, liable to protect the individuals against the third parties. By third parties, it refers to the activities by multinational companies because they are damaging the agricultural land or water sources, and those activities has to be prevented by the states because the states are the highest regulatory body. So the states are responsible, liable to regulate the activities of the multinational companies. And if there is a damage given to the nature or to the humanity, this will be the responsibility of the state. So for cross-border liability, this is really important because the developing or underdeveloped countries would like to attract more investment. And the investors from the developed countries are actually preferring going to the developed or underdeveloped countries because it will be quite advantageous for them. The underdeveloped or developing countries will give some privileges to the developed countries to come and invest in their countries. So therefore, in this case, their commercial actions may be harmful to environment and to the humanity, and the host country should be liable for the actions of the investor country, and also the investing country should be liable for their own actions in other countries as well. And the liability for facilitation is also important because the states will facilitate access to food for every people, and access to livelihood sources, access to food, and access to other rights has to be provided by the state. And also when it comes to the access to food, if the countries doesn't have sufficient opportunity to reach the food, the government, the state, will be responsible for the equal distribution of the food to all citizens. So the climate change is not a problem that only one country can come and solve it. That's not such a problem. There has to be an international cooperation and joint work. So it is a global problem. Therefore, the countries are liable not only for their own country, but globally. And therefore, in the Universal Convention of Human Rights also refers to those rights. Social and international cooperation has to be created. So how can we create this cooperation? All the states actually has to be aware of their liabilities, and they have to obey those rules. There are some international agreements to protect the right to food, and also those cross-border liability should be facilitated by this international cooperation. And finally, I would like to talk about some solutions, some recommendations. The integrated and right-based approach, I believe, is important here, especially right-based approach to climate change and the human rights are quite important. So when we discuss climate change, it is not only a technical issue. We have to focus on the human rights as well, because the food right, the water rights, socioeconomic rights are badly affected by the climate change consequences as well. Therefore, right-based approach is significant for us. And at this point, the human rights principles can be taken into consideration, such as the accountability, no discrimination, transparency, protection of the human dignity, and the rule of law, for example. Those are the important principles. And the fight against climate change and the food right cannot be considered as a separate issues. They are interrelated with each other. As I mentioned in the beginning of my presentation, in the fight against climate change, sometimes we try to solve the problem, but on the other hand, we may create other policies that might be again problematic, and we have to avoid this happening. And my last page will be about another recommendation for solution. And the right to food should be used as a political pressure tool in the fight against climate change, because the climate change is affecting the developing or underdeveloped countries, but on the other hand, people in the developed countries are more aware of the situation and they are having activism for this climate change impact. In the big cities of Europe, there are some demonstrations and protests. Sometimes we call it such absurd protest. However, they are quite successful at taking the attention of the people.
This is the problem of the entire world, not only the problem of underdeveloped or developing countries. And for this reason, we should not think climate change as a problem which is far, far away from us. And first of all, we need to understand that this right to food is a very significant tool for the solution, because we can see the results clearly, and melted icebergs. And also we know that global warming, there is an increase of 2 Celsius degree or 4. So when you express those, then this will not create sufficient level of risk in the minds of individuals. It's going to be kept absolute. But if you're going to talk about the people who are trying to survive because of famine, or who could migrate because of those problems, then this is a very important tool. And as mentioned in my presentation, right to food can cause different liabilities, and all those liabilities will also strengthen the legal infrastructure in terms of fighting against climate change. So when you have such an approach, then you are going to fight against climate change, and all those unsuccessful issues will be the reason of violation of right to food. So this could be the evaluation. For this reason, for climate activists and also NGOs, they should understand right to food, and they should try to use this right to food as a tool to raise awareness. And also, this will have a direct impact on the prosperity. There will be significant increase of the prices for food, and there will be the decrease for agriculture. So this is something visible. So governments can be kept under pressure, and this could be used as a very useful tool. And thank you for your attention. This was my final slide. And I am so pleased to be here together with you. I would like to extend my gratitude. As the speaker mentioned, for the formation of fighting against climate change, right-based approach should be considered. And this is not only the problem of this generation, for the future generation, this is also very essential. And also for the economic regime globally, we know that there are some groups having less emission, but they have more impact on their own because of those scarcity. And in the future, they're going to have much more effect. For this reason, there should be justice for the climate policies, and this justice should come to the forefront. And once again, those two speeches are complementary. And the final speaker is going to be Dr. Zeynep İspir, my dear friend, my dear colleague. And she's going to talk about the right to food during the crisis and a projection through the lens of justice. And let me try to introduce her. Dr. Zeynep İspir graduated from Ankara University Faculty of Law, and in the same university continued with a thesis in Masters, and then focused on the dignity of human beings for the PhD, completed those studies in the same university, and still studying in the same faculty, and also working as an academician in the same faculty. Human dignity, philosophical basis of those human rights, and the relationship between law and literature. And she still continues working on such topics. And also she is a member of philosophy member, also Gıda and Etik Foundation. And also she is working as the General Secretary of an institution. Thank you. I'm going to present in English, but first I would like to thank in Turkish for the organizing committee and all the facilitators for this symposium.
The organization committee of the symposium, first of all, for all their efforts. I'm really happy to be a part of the program with my presentation. My title will be The Right to Food in Times of Crisis, a projection through the lens of justice, as you have already seen from the program, I guess. You will see my plan on the screen for this presentation. Firstly, I'll share my main problem in my mind for this paper. Then I'll propose 2 questions extra to speak about my underlying methodology that might be also in your mind when you saw the title. The third step will be something photographic to visualize the multidimensional aspects of the problem. And fourthly, I'm planning to show some connections between this mind map and some latest solution strategies of UN authorities on the right to food. Fifth step will be about justice theories and their role for struggling with food crisis that the world is facing with before my concluding remarks. I'll try to do them in 15 minutes, so let me start for the first part as soon as possible. As you know, we have several accounts of justice. They are all trying to combating against injustices factually and theoretically. My main question for the context of this presentation is which account is most convenient and efficient to protect the right to food and may help to actualize food justice in general throughout the world. So which one of the justice theories might be more helpful for the policy and lawmakers and even for each and every member of the societies on the right to food issues? I'm still working on my project on the right to food, but for today's discussion, my suggestion will be like this. It's much more efficient to apply a combined account of justice theories instead of relying on a single justice theory to prevent food crisis if it's possible and ensure the necessities of the right to food adequately. Before sharing some of the determinations of UN authorities on our topic, maybe I should also say a few words about the terms in my title, which shape the main argument on the slide. You may ask why I emphasized the times of crisis in the title. I would ask, does the right to food have a different meaning in our different life circumstances or not? My answer is no to this question. The concept of the right to food as a basic right has the same content in each different life conditions, but it requires different preventions and actions to actualize the core necessities of this right in a specific condition, such as at the very beginning of COVID-19 or war or civil war examples which are still going on in our world, unfortunately. The second question you might ask, what's the role of justice theories in this argumentation? It has a teleological role. It's expected to guide legal and political decisions in this argumentation. I mean, the times of crisis urge us to put alternative solutions to the problems, and different justice theories with their aims and motivations affect our priorities, as we have already witnessed during the tough days a few years ago. We may think about the discussions of utilitarian justice model, for example, which put the herd immunity on the global agenda as an alternative. I know that in such kind of professional meetings, scholars are being expected to present their more or less constructed arguments in a systematic way. Of course, my main aim is also the same, but please let me share with you a picture from one of my draft texts written by me when I was preparing a kind of mind map when I first started to structure my presentation to discuss with you some weeks ago. Sorry for the authenticity of my handwriting. Here is a more refined one for you. This rough draft is also taking a picture, I think, not only of my mind as an individual, but also a national and international actual situation of the multidimensional character of the right to food problem. COVID-19 pandemic, conflict between Russia and Ukraine, and climate change debates throughout the world made many problems regarding the right to food more visible. But of course, they were at the same place before these tragic events too. They are only more visible now because of their actual effects in our daily lives, unfortunately. The problems derived from the modern industrial agricultural system, such as length and fragility of food supply chains, structural and social justice issues that shape the food labor market. An example, undeclared labor of refugees, gender inequality, conditions of local farmers might be counted as just a few of them. Climate change, in addition, has also deep effect on production of food and accessibility to the right to food. Experiences of global crisis, which reveals the requirements of food security and food justice, both on a regional and global scale, make it necessary rethinking the law and policy making locally and globally, if any, in the face of the crisis relating all these issues around the right to food. Healthy, sufficient, accessible, and fairly shared food is a fundamental right, as we know. And the way to use this basic right should be compatible with our coexistence with nature and natural resources, with other living beings. With reference to this general acceptance of human rights discourse, I'll try to share some quotes from UN food reporter Michael Fakhri, who started to work just after Professor Elver, from the beginning of COVID-19 till today. This one is from 2020, and in this quote, the bolds are mine, by the way, Mr. Fakhri was saying four different agenda of him, and he is still working on these issues too. The first one is the coronavirus disease pandemic and the hunger crisis. The second one, food systems and global governance. The third one, seeds and farmers' rights. And the fourth one, the right to food in armed conflict and protracted crisis. Unfortunately, they are still on the agenda of the world, of course. And he was taking a picture from 2020, I guess, again, yes. And he was saying that people were losing their jobs at unprecedented rates. And children missed meals, and they are still missing meals. And for current situation, I also took one of his reports from 2022. It was an interim report, hasn't completed yet, I guess, but he is still saying the same things. More people today are feeling sicker, hungrier, poorer, less secure in their housing and less secure in their jobs, and go on. And trying to provide a normative framework to guide states in developing action plans on the right to food, like the role that I'm talking about justice. And from the solution part of this report, you can see 4 strategies. One of them is adapting to climate change through a just transition for agroecology, as Professor Elver has mentioned in the morning, and just transition for workers, land rights and genuine agrarian reform, curtailing corporate power. These are not, of course, new, familiar facts to all of us, a well-known comparison between 2020 and 2022, not surprises or unexpected determinations, I know, but also not cliché. By these determinations among social, legal, political sphere, scholars are now putting new understandings of development in their agendas. Economical growth is under attack. Maybe it's a bit weird to say, but that's true, I think. We are confronting the long-term effects of unrestricted liberalism. That's why scholars from legal philosophy and philosophy of politics promote public policies much more than before, even in capitalist societies. These debates also fire discussions on justice theories and its role for the right to food. We are still using distributive justice since Aristotle, and now we are applying the concept for social justice to combat with inequalities caused by utilitarian or liberal understandings of justice. Limited state power on especially socio-economic issues criticized nowadays and is being asked to give its place to more responsible state, which should take initiatives in favor of vulnerable groups. So the social justice model is broadening in this manner. Another expectation from justice to accomplish the necessities of universality of the concept. I mean, we are not living in closed societies anymore. That means international justice should be protected in collaboration with international community altogether. I'm not talking about reciprocity when I'm saying this, because if we are aware of ethical dimension of justice, this is theoretically indefensible to talk about reciprocity. But this is an empiric case that I'm mentioning. As again in the morning, Professor Kılıç mentioned, there are some islands in this world which will be submerged, unfortunately. And we have climate refugees because of that, a case that we haven't taught as humanity before. Or we are sharing same skies, soil, so it's inevitable not to develop a common justice ground for the world resources, as my colleague Rabia has mentioned again a few minutes ago. Food crisis that humanity has already confronted, especially at the very beginning of the pandemic, warns us also about some basic requirements of intergenerational justice. This account says that we are also responsible for future generations. Because of time limitation and the content of this meeting, I cannot give much more details about the theoretical debates on future generations, but that's why a combined account of justice will be necessary for today and future. As an academic from a law school, I should say that lawyers or legal documents are not capable of handling all these issues by themselves alone. We also need a multidisciplinary collaboration for practical impacts from other files, such as agriculture, economy, philosophy, natural sciences, etc. And also, Rabia made me think about it a few minutes ago because she talked about a kind of, not technical meaning, but a kind of judicial activism thing, because about right to water, as far as I remembered, she said that there wasn't any written norm, but the judge, the court, decided something about climate-friendly decision with the help of epistemic premises and also a kind of interpretative method. I can say that constructive interpretation maybe for this. So such kind of positive actions, of course, it's important for lawyers and necessary, but they are not alone enough for us as lawyers. We need such kind of multidisciplinary collaboration, as far as I understood up to now. Thank you very much for your patience. Çok teşekkür ederim.
We would like to thank you. And, of course, food system and injustice. So there are different responsibilities in order to overcome this injustice. So we can have the Q&A session and we can get the questions from the hall. So now I would like to give floor to the hall. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask them and we will be happy to answer them. Lovir Velitaş, and I am representing the Human Rights Unit from Bars Association. And thank you very much for all those presentations. I am curious about something. As far as I know, in March 2022, there was the first case related to climate, because we know that there is the dryness of Marmara Lake, more than 98%, and as far as I know, there is the fishery cooperation. For this reason, it is expressed that this is also the effect of climate change, and there is the file which is opened. I mean, there is this climate case, but maybe you have neglected or maybe you did not consider that as a climate case. I just wanted to learn that. Thank you very much for this question. Actually, so there are different cases, and as I explained, there is not a systematic inaction climate association. I don't think it is because of the climate inaction. That's why maybe we cannot include that within that scope. Any other question?
Bir sorum daha olacak. Son dönemlerde
I have one more question. Recently on the news there is a topic. Many food products exported from Turkey are detected with high level of pesticides. Therefore, those export products are returned back to our country, and most probably they will be penetrated into the Turkish market. Can that be a food security issue for our country? And after such a detection, what is the responsibility and liability of the relevant institutions in the country? I don't know if they are responsible for it or not, but I would like to ask this question, and I will be happy if you can give some information about it. So it was a general question, actually. So this is not my expertise. However, very recently, I attended an agricultural policy lesson, and maybe I can give an answer to your question. So this is actually not an international problem only, but it is actually the violation of human rights. Therefore, it's a problem for food security in Turkey as well, because we have some regulations regarding the designation. So apart from this legislation of export, there is also a problem, violation of human rights. So what type of measure can be taken? So on paper, Ministry of Agriculture has quite strict rules and controls, especially for certification of agricultural food. However, in my presentation, I also try to explain it. Those actions which are not regulated by the legislation can be taken into consideration. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much. Is there another question? No? Okay, now I close the Q&A session. I would like to thank all our colleagues who delivered their presentation in this session. And I also would like to thank you, esteemed participants, and I would like to thank the Human Rights and Equality Institution of Turkey for organizing this event, and I adjourn the second session of the first day of our symposium. We would like to thank our moderators and our panelists, and we would like to present you with the token of participation. Mr. Muharrem Kılıç is kindly invited to floor to present the token of participation to our participants.